flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like
Good day, everybody. Now is the final try on the piece. See if we... Va? Det är bra att det blåser här varmt, ja. Desto mer blås, desto varmare, desto bättre. Det skulle vara nu 3 dagar sen kan det börja regna. Ja. Let's see that we got everything shut down here. Ready to go. Closed, 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 closed. That one is closed. That is closed. Should be all good to go. Here's a tool, but probably not need that anymore. Some wheat when we cleaned out the, like this morning we cleaned the whole combine and switched it over to P settings. Put you here and I'm gonna do one more thing. This guy here, okay. Side I will be right, kinda right back after a little bit. I need to do that and then also this. This phone doesn't fall down. one win. And it's gonna be a little bit better. Super clean, but a little bit better. So I think the camera can be here when we drive to the field. I need to throw the pipe out, then again kind of go in and out a few times. So. Starting thing in the right spot. Otherwise, it ain't gonna start.
faster. We'll just get the settings in here first. Hearing protection. last time we tried, we technically couldn't even harvest. Now it seems like it's at least working. But yeah, now when it's flat like this way, now it's picking up a little bit more. But yeah, I'll just drive back and forth. We get what we get at this point. I already wrote this off kind of as a lost crop, so if we can get a few loads from here, it's a bonus. But yeah, at least it seems to be working now. If you go from one end to another, if I can go like half a kilometer without backing up and clearing up something, then that's a win at this point. Also in the other, when we go the other direction, it's probably gonna pick up more. Maybe. Everything that's not like completely flat on the ground. One more day, but then it rained and then it got like really wet, and then now we waited like 1 week, but at least now it seems like we can get something off here. But yeah, it was really unfortunate. One or two more dry days when we started bee harvest, we would have gotten this like 100%. Now we're probably gonna get like 50% of the yield maybe. Soon we can all just sit and be out of food. We can try if we can open up this headland a bit more. Let's see if it works here. Soon the solution I think is for nobody to be a farmer. Then I think everything will work well. tell what's happening. If it's like wanting to plug up. I'll go one long pass back down, see if it picks up better in that direction. Working, and we're getting a decent bit of peace in there. Yeah. Because if it's like it's not straight this way, here it would work. Like maybe I should try to go down on this other side, see what happens here. Here it would work like this way. Maybe it's only a little bit there where it is like where it doesn't work with the AB. I can try to do a AB here. There's more weeds here, so if it works here, then it will work kinda anywhere. Try to do one pass here somewhere. And if it works here, then it's just a little bit on that side where it's like flat. Straight this way. If it's a little bit sideways, then it's better. Yeah, here it works fine, and this is like sideways flat here, I think. go up and down, and after I have to drive empty a lot. So just to start this off, we can do like this, but then probably up and down would be best. animal was there or something, then it could definitely plug up. other side. Come here with the tractor. I will start from this end. It works better here. I can pick up more stuff here. It's like fallen sideways here, so I can actually pick everything up here. I'll leave that for last, and then we'll see if we drive that at an angle or something. I can try to go up here in the middle of the field and see if it's which way it's down there. Because here it works really well here. Maybe because there's more weeds or something. I can pick everything. I can pick everything up here. Yeah, come here to this end, so I don't need to drive empty so much. I'm very soon full here, I think. John. Stop! Stop! Stop, John! Stop! John is going away now. You can leave it at the end here or here on the side even. Because I'm gonna go probably up and down, maybe up and down, up and down. In this end here, I'm going back and forth here, but I guess that's fine, but I'm gonna go back and forth on this side, so just one end, because I think I can go up and down with one tank. It's not completely full now, but I'm gonna dump it. Then we could check the moisture if you have moisture meter. Probably not though. I think it's really dry probably. Should be pretty damn dry, I think. Really almost white. no dust in the cabin for John. It's the wind is the right direction. Really dusty now. It's fine here. I'll continue right here. Go check. pretty dry. We had the measure that doesn't measure actually piece, but for the other it said like 15%, so I think we're good to go. Then you might leave a little more, but yeah, I on this crop, so if we can get like 70% of the yield harvested, then at this point I'm happy. Yeah, the stuff that's on the ground, of course, that you can't get unless you start to vacuum clean the field. But yeah, at least this way we can also like brush up the plant so we can plow next spring. If we would have to leave it, I don't know if this would even be plowable in the spring. Maybe the peas would like plug up the plow even, so. couple of tanks or something, then I can check that we're not plugged up. I think when the wind is pushing like this, it should, yeah, it's probably not gonna plug up the filters too bad. Occasionally the wind is probably so hard that it pushes the dust away. Hopefully, probably, maybe. That's like 0.3 hectares maybe. And then the rest is flat. that stuff. Agent John. Yeah, I guess John is just gonna stay here on the field and wait till the trailer fills. Completely the same way as I'm going, then we might leave a little more, but as soon as it's a little bit sideways, then it works better. Then the lifters lift it up better. Actually might help lift the piece up a little bit today. There's usually not much good about the diesels, but that might be helpful right now a little bit. After this, we should be able to get this on. Pick it up right now, I think. mess at this point. Yeah, we got the roller in the barn here, I think. Rollers. Good that we rolled this. If this wasn't rolled, then it would be more dangerous to harvest. It would be some sketchy rocks or something. Or even it could pull like more dirt in the combine. Now when the ground is really flat, I think it works better. With peas, you kind of want to roll it always. There's a quite high chance that it ends up being a flat crop. The end is like underground, I would say. Like it's hard to tell, I can't see. It's pretty much underground. It slides underground pretty much. I can put the same like as low as I put it now on the headland there, then we can see. Okay, it's pretty much on the ground or like 1 centimeter off the ground. It's really as low as you can go. Much better now when the crop is really dry. It makes a huge difference, like you saw. Last time we were here, couldn't do anything. Now when the crop is much drier, pretty much no issues. It could plug up, so you kind of need to watch the header most of the time here. Can't sit back and sleep too much because it could plug up if there's like a pile of dirt or something. But it seems good so far. And the more we go that way, the less weeds and the drier the crop is gonna get because yeah, it's really good weather now. Started with the worst stuff here that we can hopefully get today. In case, like tomorrow it was supposed to be not that sunny, so it might not work that well tomorrow, so try to do the toughest stuff today. So it is, with harvesting, the most important thing is that the crop is dry. And sometimes it's just hard because the weather doesn't cooperate. But I mean, this has been without rain now for 1 week. So we kind of got lucky there. If this would, if it would rain on this, then you would have to wait again like 1 week. So this might literally be the last chance we get for this. I think at the end of the week it might rain again, and then after that it's so late that yeah, it might not dry up ever anymore after that. So last chance. between the like sieve in the combine, there's like a little bit of thistles and stuff getting stuck, but we can do like half a hectare with one tank, it seems. So it's not yielding as good as in the beginning, but it's good enough to harvest still. And the biggest thing is that it actually works. We can actually harvest it.
challenge.
or more when you're trying to harvest a crop that's flat on the ground.
There's also one neighbor, they're also harvesting.
got lucky with the weather. I think could very easily have been a total loss on this field. I'm gonna try to get harvest, and I'm gonna do all that. We started from this side, so this is the worst stuff. Most weeds here. Over there's gonna be less weeds, so there's a chance that will work better if it's like not as good conditions. So we'll try to do all the worst stuff today. little bit, check it. And then we'll do one more full or one more tank and a little bit probably.
ready to go.
Yeah, it seemed good. Now there's the only thing is like in the sieves there's some like diesel bits getting stuck. That's why I'm needing to like after each tank I'm kind of going and cleaning it out a little bit, but other than that everything is working pretty good. And there should maybe be less diesels as we go more to the other side of the field. 100-ton trailer and 40-ton tractor. Yeah, I don't know what the max weights are for tractors, but I've seen some pretty heavy trailers behind tractors. older equipment. The big bad guys, they use some tractors from the 80s, I think they are originally. It seems to work pretty well for them. Very much money. Yeah, I mean, those are pretty expensive. Like if you need some parts for the big bots, then you might need to make them yourselves. Because they are pretty rare tractors. You don't see them everywhere. And yeah, it works for them. I guess they got like sandy soil, so it's not gonna ruin the fields even if you have like super heavy tractors. But on our fields here, I wouldn't really want to drive that heavy tractors on here. It would probably ruin the fields quite a bit. Yeah, here you couldn't, those tractors, you couldn't get them to the field because in some places the bridge when you go to the field is too small. God dang. start to push there, but when the crop is really dry, it still works. Even if it kind of builds up a little bit, but then it pushes it past the lifters. If it's wet, then it just piles up. So that's the difference here. other end has really good soil, but there's also like quite a bit of weeds there, so it doesn't really produce that much more. But the other end has really some really good soil there. Kind of changes gradually on this field. Like here it's one type, then in the middle it's another, and then at the very top end or other end it's again another type. But yeah, here it apparently grew a little bit worse because it's standing up still. You know that now where it's standing up it's like worse soil. Leave a little bit longer stubble. easily visible when everything else is already pretty flat. Still see it. that was good acting on the store. That means that we can buy from there again. Like when they're good guy Gregs like that. They could easily have said that, okay, warranty's out, you don't get anything. But yeah, it was good. Good decision on their part, I guess. They might get more action from us in the future. Yeah, a good way to keep a customer. shovel it a little bit to the side so you can get as much as possible in the pocket there. Because we don't want to put too much then if you can't dump it. like enough so you can still dump it. Not too full. We'll see once I dump this in there, see how close it is. Might not feel because none of these trailers have been to the blinker, so they have not been super full. They're probably at least a little bit more than this, I think, but not the full load more. much as he can dump in the place. So there's still room. next year's fertilizer. And there should be a lot of roots because the bees grew well this year. Some would say too well. So well that they had to go to sleep a little bit too early. Now I have like half a trailer, half a load. Maybe we'll say that this is enough if I put this there. This might even won't be. Then you can go as soon as possible to dump. Then I have an empty trailer so I can continue to harvest. Chopper back really get tested where lots of weeds. Yeah, it's probably chopping those thistles ain't easy. But yeah, if I put this here, then it's probably pretty full. Like full enough, probably. That's enough. Now John can head out. Hopefully he's got hopefully the tractor starts. Hopefully tractor is starting now. Down so we can get the thing started. Okay, tractor started, very good. That's a weed, then you can get back there. Then you don't need to stop it there. And then you can come back, so then we can continue chugging along. Charge the battery a little extra, give it a little that little extra kick to the battery from the solar hat. might not be as good as today. So we'll see how much we can do tomorrow. But then Thursday is supposed to be really good, like a lot more windy than today. But then we'll see. We'll try to at least get 2 full loads today. See how much we have done on the field then. flat or wheat, they're pretty kind of similar. Similar in output that, yeah. Barley can be kind of risky also, it can go flat pretty easy. But yeah, the one year we had it was one of the many dry years, so definitely did not go flat when we had it. But it didn't yield that well, it was like, yeah, a dry year. Probably a lot lower. Same as probably our worst oat crop ever. So last year not even the oats grew that well. Yeah, it's pretty, there's a few benefits with the oats, like it dries easy in the fall. It's like it's pretty easy to harvest. It's probably not going to plant very easy unless you get like a monster yield. I guess the only real downside with the oats is like the seeds weigh about the same as the thistle seeds, so it can be hard to get the thistle seeds out of the oats. But otherwise there is a few benefits. It fits well with the organic stuff, and it has a pretty good price. It seems there seems to be a demand for organic oats. All the other stuff, it's like, yeah, meh. Some demand, but not super good demand. But yeah, hopefully we can lock in maybe a good price for the oats for next year, because we're gonna have a lot of oats next year. Price also goes up and down all the time. It's hard to say what's like best. But yeah, oats has been pretty good for us. We almost, pretty much every year have some oats. We have not done oats on spring plowing yet, I think, because last year we had wheat on the spring plowing and we only have this tiny field. Yeah. No, but next year we will now. Pretty easy to spot. Most of them are like flat as the rest of the crop, but occasionally there's one standing tall. might need to like shovel a little bit so it all fits into place. But yeah, it's okay. I can harvest a little bit more here, and then I can take a break and clean the combine out a little bit. So John is watching. There's no rush. We can feel this completely full. John back in driver's seat. Nice. Got the load dumped. It's starting to yield better, or the field is getting longer. But yeah, I see John there already. I'm gonna rev it up once he comes here. Dump it and then clean the combine a little bit. But yeah, I think that tank took like half an hour. So yeah, it's gonna take with the brakes. It takes like 2 hours to fill a trailer, I think. hopefully tomorrow when we move some wheat we can use both trailers. But yeah, it's not gonna be much speedier because the combine is the slowest thing still. But yeah, John back in time. Not back in time the movie, but just in time here. But now this is the first like completely full trailer actually, or full tank I should say. still somewhat charged. But yeah, we'll put try to put 3 trailers or 3 tanks in that one, and then I might put one in the combine still. I just need to put the pipe down before the last one and put like there's like hatch you can put on the so the seeds don't fall out on their own. But yeah, then we can take 1 extra tank maybe if there is time. Drive with first gear, the reverse is like super fast. considered an invasive species here, so you're pretty free to hunt it almost all the time, I think. But I don't know what they do with the meat. I think you need to do some sort of test on it to make sure it's like, I think it can have like some sort of disease in it or something. I guess they sell it maybe. I have never eaten wild boar meat, so it would be, I guess, interesting to taste. But yeah, like moose meat is definitely worth quite a bit, I think. So maybe wild boar meat. Somebody said once that €1 saved equals €2 earned. So I guess there is some truth to that definitely. John gotta stop jinxing. bigger combine, then we need to make a new door in the shed so we can feed it somewhere. Or at least remove the header to drive the car. for peas is pretty good, I think. Like they're definitely ready now. Like their plant itself is almost like black. So it's definitely, there's definitely no green peas left anymore. That's not an issue. Something between 15 and 20, which is pretty good. Peas you only need, I think peas you only need to dry down to be under 50. So it's gonna not need too much run. I still want to run it through the hot air dryer so it kind of cleans it a little bit more. Air dryer first. Like some of the wheat we harvested yesterday, like the last load, it was pretty dry, so we put that straight to the hot air dryer. But yeah, these peas will all go to the cold air dryer, I think. Because we wanna finish the wheat first, like get all the wheat through the hot air dryer, get all the wheat ready, then we'll start drying the peas in the hot air dryer. But yeah, for peas it's really good to put them in the cold air dryer because if you dry the peas too fast, then they got to crack open. And also if there is some small green pieces, like some diesel heads or something, then when you put it in a cold air dryer, you can kind of even everything out. So if there's some small, really wet places, then those get bent down kind of. And then in the hot air dryer, you can just clean it and get the last percentages. And also the cold air dryer is a buffer, as I said. Right now in the hot air dryer there's a batch running, so it's full. We could not put anything. If we only had the hot air dryer, we could not harvest anything today because the hot air dryer is full. And we're drying one batch per day there of wheat now. It still takes a few days before all the wheat is dried. And then we have room for the peas there. Ourselves or for a neighbor, you would only need to dry it a little bit in the cold air dryer, and then you could use it as animal feed directly. But it's when you sell it to the, like not directly to a farm, then you need to dry it a little bit more. But I think it would stay good at like 15-16%, something like that.
slower it must have run up more. Maybe it's just the wind.
this might be actually, we can put like 4 in this because these are pretty full now. Du kan ha borstan om du behöver den, du kan ha den. Om du borstar nästa gång, du kan ha borstan. Inte behöver jag den hit till något. Det borstar, inte behöver jag den till något.
Nej,
Om du putsar nästa gång åt det.
Ja.
Yeah, these are so full that will probably only fit like exactly 4. Then I can try to, if they're still wetter, then I can try to do the 5th one still. Just leave it in the tank of the combine. If there is still weather, so to speak. It's always kinda, yeah, as soon as the wind dies down or something, it's gonna be sketchy. Probably not gonna work. But we'll chug along as long as we can. Over 4 hectares of the whole field, so almost half. 20 meters and then reverse at 20 meters. That would not have worked. At least we get a good try now. Now looking back, it was way too wet that day. Like not even close. Not even close to good enough conditions. better. For the wheat we could have 2.9 again, but now 2.7 is best, so it cuts on the both edges also. The last lifter is right here, and then the very last 10 centimeters on both sides, there's no lifter there. So if you try to do full width, then it's gonna leave that edge. But yeah, it's the struggles of cutting up prop that's flat on the ground. It's so much easier when it's standing up. Luckily, this is pretty much the first time that we've had any like flat prop in the last 7 years, so hopefully it stays like this, so it's not very often. We have been cutting when we had the beams, the broad beams, we also cut pretty close to the ground, but at least those guys were standing up, so a little bit easier. could of course do it, but there's some benefits. only one per pass or something, it's fine. If we start to get it all the time, then it's gonna not be good. Up and down is pretty close to a full one now, which is nice. Not much driving empty and yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, we can.
One more trailer there is room, or one more tank.
Room for one more tank.
Last tank in the trailer, and then we will try to fill the combine still. We might run out of good weather, but we will try. Probably need to open a new slice also. account is free, you know that they're gonna just make thousands of accounts. bonus if we can start earlier. But yeah, tomorrow I think there might be a little bit less or more clouds. Tomorrow might be a shorter day. Really depends. Really depends on the wind and the sun. This time of the year, the dew in the morning is already real heavy, so there's really no chance to start like 11 a.m. or something. Like you sometimes can if it's really windy and sunny in the morning. And this stuff needs to be very crispy before you can start. Today chilling in water. Have you woken up? It's almost like good evening, I would say. I guess the one pedal for shutting off and starting the header. But yeah, there's no foot throttle. I'm not pressing, yeah, the throttle is over here. It's always max when you're harvesting. Catching all the peas, but most of them. The ones that fell on the ground before we came here, we can't do anything about those anymore. But the rest we are trying to catch all. Gotta shoot some boars later. than likely that. Maximum air in the crop. Maximum drying from the sun and the air. Just 2 barns left. There was 3, now there's 2. Probably soon just 1. Because the oldest one is like almost falling down on its own. So I think that one will be removed in the next kinda keep a little bit of an eye here. What's happening? Yeah, just blow up the barns. Then we have a nice spread of nails everywhere. could be kind of bad. Get nails in all the tires. Burning the barn could be an option. But the one barn that we're going to remove for our field, we can't burn that one because it's almost underneath like the big power line. So we can't burn that one. But this one on this field, there's no power line. So technically you could maybe burn the barn here. First we gotta see what's inside the barn. There might be some valuables, but not high valuables, but I think there's like an old tractor or something in the barn. And a lot of like firewood and stuff like that. Dynamite that all the stuff flies over the neighbor's field. Yep. Neighbor had a barn somewhere there and I think he just burned it down last year. It was already like completely collapsed. So it was pretty easy to just light it on fire and burn it down. Starting to push there on the side. I see there's a little start of a pile there. As soon as you see something like that, like ideally I would like reverse immediately when I see it, but it's kind of like I didn't see that one, but it's pretty easy. Just put the header down, reverse, then you get rid of the pile-ups at the heads of the lifters. Or the ends of the lifters. The challenge is to spot the piles before there is anything. Like right now I can't see anything. Blind. But you'll see when the reel starts slowing down, then we probably know that something's not right. there, John. That's, I literally can't put there. That's a big ass load. You literally, there's more than if you would flatten it out. It's more than what technically fits the trailer. One last cleanup, then we'll do one more tank. But yeah, if that's full, if anything. to get the damn thing there to, when you have the pipe down, you need to put like a thing there, and it was almost a little bit of a struggle there. But now we got it, now we can try to go get the last bit. Now the pea should stay in the tank. We got this little thing there, even if the pipe is down. We'll go start a new slice there somewhere. Kind of opened up here and there and one more place. we're like 15, then we can put 2 trailer loads in one like box there, and then we have like more room. And then we can move some wheat to the hot air dryer. That should free up at least one box, if not 2. And then yeah, we have room for 2 loads, then it should be good for one day. And then don't need much room, just a little bit. But even a little bit is getting harder at the end of the season when everything's full almost. think we're done here, actually, guys. Now it plugs up every 20 meters. Like, it's crazy how fast it changes. Like the wind, the sun is not even down yet. Now it's like almost not working. That's how it goes. You can harvest and then 10 minutes later it's not working. So we're done for today here now. We didn't get this really filled up because I think the smart thing now is not to try to force it. Oh yeah, we can shut this machinery now. We got a half a tank. But now I'm not gonna be pushing it anymore. It doesn't work anymore, or it plugs every like 20 meters. So yeah, we're just pipe is down, so we can just head out. That's how fast it changes. It's working, and then yeah, you can go about 7 in the evening. But yeah, at least we got half a tank more, and we have done 4.53 hectares of the whole field, so it's almost exactly half. 2 more days and we should be able to do this. There's like 6, a little bit over 6 left, so 3 and 3. And today we did 3.5 almost. But yeah, it needs to be a windy and sunny day. For 2 more days like this, then it can rain. They're swagging. Oh God, these bots. Hello, I am bot maker. I am retarded. I am bot maker. I should get something better to do than making bots. Oh, come on, work. Pipe is down, yeah, double check so we don't. last year I drove here, and then when I came close to the barns there, I noticed that the pipe was out. Pretty close to smashing into something. day is full. It was pretty much, it got the dew started to set in, which means you're pretty much done, especially when you're harvesting a crop that's pretty flat to the ground. Today we could go from like 1 to 7, so you can only harvest stuff like that for like 6 hours per day now. Days are getting shorter. Hello there, Florida. Yeah, by the way, you're a bot also. Got him. Okay, but today at least we had enough battery. We probably don't have much battery left. 17%. But yeah, thanks for watching. We got some peas harvested. We're gonna continue tomorrow if we get good enough weather. So yeah, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Yeah, good evening, good day, good morning to everybody.
it's hard. I know I gotta keep up, no time to late to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. is snow there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up, no time to lay, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. falling up, I'm falling down. From the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below. And I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down. From the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below. And I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.